All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Don Wetrick, CEO of STARTedUP Foundation. Want to walk you through some things about what we do and why we do it. First of all, I'll start off with our mission and vision. We teach students to view life through a lens of innovation and entrepreneurship while building a life of purpose. And our vision is to build up a generation with an opportunities everywhere mindset, fueling innovation and hope for our communities, country, and the world. That's a nice, flashy way of saying I love it when students see problems as opportunities. Matter of fact, when you kind of take a look at our core values, you take a look at a lot of them, but that opportunities are everywhere is the top of it. A lot of people complain. We have two types of people in the world. There's those that moan and groan, and then there are some that seek and peak. Moaners and groaners do a really good job of pointing out what's wrong. Somebody ought to do something about this. Our students and what you're seeing today is these are seekers and peakers. They're seeking out those opportunities. So sometimes by complaining online, some of those people have a purpose of like, hey, this is bad. Our students are going, I'll take that. And this is also one of the things that we like is that this is not a I got a business idea. It's I've listened to people complain or I've identified a problem and I want to do something. And then I'll also just as a dad, this one right here, in a world of social media, addiction, negativity, every person can create real value by being a producer instead of just scrolling. I really like it, the fact that our students, especially through our teachers, you've identified something. You're not just saying, I changed my profile picture. I stand with you are doing something about it, and that I cannot tell you how much I love that. You're also seeing students, the journey they've taken this year has been a fairly long journey. A lot of students have maybe even started this year before, but on average, we kick things off in August, and then up through February, the students have been thinking about an idea, they've been whittling it away, working with their teachers, and around March, each teacher had a smaller scale like pitch competition, in-class pitch competition. They hand us off who some of their top ones are. From there, it goes to our judging, and then this is how we get the top 10 per region. And then here we are in April with our regional competitions that take place, hosted by a lot of universities and corporate partners across Indiana. From there, the top 10 in the state from May to June, we do not expect to hear the same pitch a second time. You optimize. Everybody's looking for constant improvement. So our winners today in our 3 wild cards from May to June, we'll be giving them some MVP experiences, and we expect them to improve and optimize. So on June 12th, we highly recommend you come out to see the state finals. We've got a big name speaker coming in. Can't announce who it is quite yet. And therefore, on June 15th, and by the way, all 10 teams go on our inaugural innovation tour across Indiana. In the years past, we've boarded flights and gone to other cities, and for 3 years straight, airlines have stranded us, which costs a lot of money. So we are no longer going to be doing flights anymore, learning the hard way. We're going to be chartering a bus and then having an incredible tour because airlines. All right, so that is the timeline of what we've done. Want a huge thank you to our regional host, IU Luddy, School of Informatics, Computing and Engineering in Indianapolis, IU Innovates and IU Lab, now just down the street as they're almost done with that beautiful new building. But to say a few words,
Quick video.
oh yes, before that, I want to show a quick video. Do you want me to introduce you? You just want to take it over after the video?
I can take it over because I think I introduced myself at the end of this one. Thanks, man. On the left? Okay. Hello, check, check, check. Hi, everybody. My name is Zeb Wood. I'm a faculty member and a faculty entrepreneur here at IU Indianapolis. And it's my privilege to welcome you on behalf of Chancellor Ramchand and Executive Associate Dean Davide Bolkini of the Luddy School of Informatics, Computing, and Engineering to Indiana University, Indianapolis. Thank you both, Chancellor Ramchand and Dean Bolkini, for supporting this event and the events of the past several years. Just a reiteration, Luddy School of Informatics, Computing, and Engineering offers several undergraduate degrees in the domains of computer science, artificial intelligence, media and tech, and bioinformatics, with both faculty and students, just like you guys, creating innovations and scaling them beyond their classes. The campus of IU Indianapolis is rich in its network of entrepreneurial faculty and alumni that disrupt every day. Not many know this, but I went to college on this campus now a while back. I think I started in 2004. And even then, I found it was a campus where the answer to all of my questions in class and outside of class was unequivocally yes. But the ecosystem of the support was only beginning to grow for students that wanted an experience just beyond the classes that they took. While I was a first-generation college student, I am a family of entrepreneurs. I have found IU and this campus incredibly rewarding as a student first, a faculty second, and especially now supporting my journey as a founder and CTO of OpenMind XR, an emerging tech company that aims to bring the same social, anxiety, and stress education you would find in an expensive psychology office instead direct to your home through affordable, immersive, and mobile technologies. I've known StartedUP and the team for a better part of my teaching career, I think almost 10 years now. And for many years, the professionals, educators, nonprofits, and politicians of Indiana from all around the state have talked about how Indiana should prioritize keeping its best, its brightest, and the most service-minded young people. So that's what we're going to talk a little bit about before I hand it back to Don. I believe that entrepreneurs like each of you are the best bet. Those of you that see problems as opportunities to innovate in and create business around are foundational to the building block of solving the problem of keeping our best in our own backyard. Many have had the vision to support entrepreneurs like yourself to continue the energy you currently have in high school, and we want to extend your stories through meaningful support at Indiana colleges so that you feel supported and amplified as you continue your academic and entrepreneurial journey. I'm proud to say that I believe Indiana University in Indianapolis is such an ecosystem of support for entrepreneurial mindsets, and I am to give you a short value proposition. First, starting in the fall of '26, and I hope Anna talks about this more, the whole campus is offering a certificate in entrepreneurship that any student taking any degree can begin right away or even in their last semesters of their undergrad career. Outside of classes, but still on campus, Anna Doris, leading IU Innovates Indianapolis, has created a day-to-day community of students just like you and connects them to mentors on and off campus as you iterate and build your vision. Anna is one of your judges today. Wave. Secondly, if you haven't heard, IU Lab is located just down the street on 16 Tech campus and connects our students and faculty innovating in bioinformatics and healthcare research to private sector partnerships, investors, and mentors beyond the state. Matthew, and I hope I get your last name, Jaworowski, was that close? Okay, thank you. He goes by Jaws for short, is the Director of Operations and Program Development at IU Lab, is also one of your judges today. And I promise I'm almost done. Finally, we have lots of faculty at IU Indianapolis on their own entrepreneurial journeys outside of myself, and Professor Mangi Agrawal, one of your judges today, innovates in nanosystems and a variety of medical applications. He's also one of your judges. For young Indiana Hoosiers, I believe it's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur, and I believe there's no better place to be an entrepreneur than the big city of Indianapolis, with this community of passionate students, faculty, and industry support. I want to extend the special thank you to the whole StartedUP team for what you guys are doing across the state. I can't wait to hear more student stories that start with your team, the students in this room, and continue through university across the state, echoing far long and after as full-grown Hoosier success stories. Welcome again, guys, to IU Indianapolis, and congrats to all of you that are competing today and your mentors on making it to the StartedUP Region 3 competition. Good luck on your continued journeys. Thanks, guys.
We will now have the judges introduce themselves. I'll go to my right to my left.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna. I'm the Entrepreneurship Program Manager here on the IU Indianapolis campus for IU Innovates. So if any of you are thinking about IU Indy and you want to continue your entrepreneurship journey while you're here, you'll come and see me in Hine Hall, and we can help to get you sorted and continue working on your business.
Hi everyone, my name is Musa. I work at Old National Bank. I manage a loan portfolio there with about 209 entrepreneurs. So day in, day out, we work with entrepreneurs from 100,000 in annual revenue to a couple million. So that's what I get to do, and it's super nice to just sit here and meet with prospective new entrepreneurs too. So good morning, everyone.
Good morning. This is Mangi Agarwal. I'm the interim chair and professor of biomedical engineering and informatics at Luddy School. I'm also the director of Nanosystems Development Institute here at IU. Like I can tell you, as a professor and having a freedom to work in the lab, to innovate things, have really made me interested, in terms of entrepreneurship. I have my own startup. And then one of my undergraduate students last year have filed for a patent and is going to start a company after he graduates. He's in neuroscience program. So entrepreneurship is like, we want to encourage and embed that in our education and moving forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Crystal Miller, and I'm Senior Vice President for Indiana University Health. One of the opportunities that I have through my role is being president of our foundation, and through the foundation, we administer IU Health's $200 million Community Impact Investment Fund. So two of our investment areas are educational attainment and workforce development. So I'm really excited today just seeing how each of you as competing teams are really feeding into these two really important areas for Indiana. So good luck to all of you.
Good morning. Matt Jaworowski, Director of Operations and Program Development for the IU Launch Accelerator for Biosciences, otherwise known as IU Lab. Our team works very closely with entrepreneurs at many stages of the business life cycle, particularly focused on early and high potential stages. And with that, I've seen up to date 34 companies going through our programming and have drawn incredible inspiration from them. And I'm looking forward to being inspired by you all today. So good luck, everybody.
You big hand for our judges. Competition format. Teams will have up to 6 minutes to present. They will have, and by the way, there's a countdown clock up here. You will then have 4 minutes of Q&A. Alyssa will be giving you a warning on when the last question is. And then after that, the judges may take up to 60 minutes after the final deliberation. Lunch is provided for student competitors. Oh, by the way, I also want to say, they will deliberate during lunch, but they will select the first place winner. However, all teams are still eligible for the 3 wildcard spots for our StartedUP Challenge in the finals. Lunch is provided for student competitors, teachers, and judges, and there are a number of restaurants directly above us. And we are ready now for the pitch competition. Here is the order that we have drawn, and as you see that, welcome there we go. Therefore, there's the order we drew. So therefore, welcome our first team, Flood Watch, from my alma mater, Perry Meridian High School. Go Falcons.
Hi, I'm Olivia Shoemaker.
And I'm Rebecca Hem. We are both currently juniors at Perry Marion High School and aspiring engineers, both enrolled in PLTW and coding classes.
Last spring, 3 Perry Meridian school buses broke down on Wicker Road. They drove through inches of standing water, just navigating their habitual route. It totaled their engines and cost our township thousands in repairs.
As residents of Southern Dunes, we have watched flooding strand and prevent our neighbors from getting to work and their kids from getting to school. The tools people rely on, Waze, INDOT, and weather channels, simply don't have the street-level data needed to prepare neighborhoods for flash floods.
And that's a massive problem. Flooding is one of Indiana's most frequent and expensive natural disasters. Over 40% of properties statewide are at risk, and degrading drainage systems are enabling standing water to become a reoccurring reality. In 2025 alone, flooding cost the U.S. $115 billion, and just 1 inch of standing water can cause up to $25,000 in property damage. Yet the best current flood apps can do is generate a general radar map.
So we built FloodWatch, a weather and flood alert app that uses trusted topographical data with live NOAA feeds and crowdsourced reports to create risk scores.
From a user perspective, you can customize the app by pinning your home, rental properties, or business. We provide a property risk pulse that alerts you if street-level flooding is projected to reach your doorstep, effectively creating a digital security system that warns against flood damage and prevents flood damage in general.
FloodWatch differentiates itself from its competitors by shifting from passive forecast to active risk mitigation, and it does that in 4 different ways.
Microscale accuracy. We don't just show regional weather, we assess risk at the street level. Crowdsourced ground truth. Users track and report real-time conditions on specific routes, turning static data into live traveler intelligence. And predictive virtual gauges. Our random forest regression model, which is predictive AI, it just stimulates flood sensors in areas where these sensors are non-existent, forecasting depth before water even rises. This gives homeowners the critical time lead to move vehicles to higher ground, protect basement utilities, and deploy sandbags. And of course, cost-effective safety. We integrate all these characteristics through our API-first architecture that keeps us financially lean and involves no exclusive sensors.
Because we'll be using free tools, our operating costs come up to $13 a month, and other necessary fees, such as cloud hosting, will bring that up to $35 annually. And as we expand and we add on add-ons, that'll bring us up to $139 annually. We will run a 3-tier freemium model where our basic plan will give basic forecast and flood data, and our premium plan at $499, which will give unlimited road tracking and will remove ads. And finally, our pro plan at $999, which will give users access to advanced features perfect for property managers and transportation coordinators, who we plan on partnering up with an upfront deal of $300 a month, where they'll get an access code to our pro plan where they can utilize as much devices as they need.
Our target customers are homeowners and renters in flood zones, school transportation coordinators, and of course, local government and property managers. We will reach them through targeted social media ads on platforms such as Nextdoor, and of course, through local partnerships with school districts and just insurance providers in general. Furthermore, we will also use local government channels to also build traction. Additionally, we will also partner up with emergency responders to ensure that they are aware of all potential flood threats.
So our competitors can be split into 3 different groups. Crowdsourcing apps like Waze, they give you traffic but no flood depth data. And our predictive modelers like Google Flood Hub, they are accurate but they are expensive and only focus on large river systems rather than specific roads. And finally, sensor networks like Hi-Fi, they are precise but they are cost prohibitive and they carry first mover danger. FloodWatch takes the best of all 3, low cost, accurate, and personalized, and combines it into one without the limitations. Which brings us to our investability case. A $1,000 investment will go towards our basic operating fees and partnerships with local organizations, overall bringing attention to the app. On social media, we will run different ad designs like on Facebook for $100, and for our best ad design, we will spend another $200 with the cost per click of about 70 to 80 cents. That'll generate us about 350 to 450 clicks right off the bat.
Currently, we are still developing the app interface itself, but our random forest regression model is currently trained and tested on over 100,000 data points, specifically tuned to Indiana's terrain. It is currently running an R-squared value or accuracy score of around 91%, and we have already selected 50 beta testers that are very excited to just help us identify and fix any bugs. From there, we will eventually expand across all of Southern Dunes and multiple Beech Grove neighborhoods, since these neighborhoods are just in high-risk zones entirely and experience standing water on roads every day. We will eventually expand countywide, covering all of Marion County, and eventually statewide, regionally, and nationally.
Floodwatch doesn't just predict the weather, it keeps Hoosiers moving safely. It's time to stop watching the weather and outsmart it.
Excellent presentation. Really kicked us off with a great one, so great job, you guys. My first question is, in terms of scalability, do you feel like this has any use cases outside of floods specifically? You know, is there other weather events that this could be useful for, or just other use cases for the technology?
Yes. So once we are expanding across nationally, we plan on partnering with platforms such as Zillow, so we can provide kind of flood estimates and risk scores for each properties that we can use for house markets entirely.
Great job. Great communication, seriously. Love the presentation. My question for you is somewhere along, I think on the second or third slide, you mentioned real-time data. So what kind of data are you working with? What kind of historical data are you working with to predict the floods?
Of course. So currently we are using NOAA feeds, which is our government weather data entirely. So it consists of variables such as humidity, temperature, elevation, and just location in general. So as more regional data entirely. And from there, we already divided up into regions. So we're covering Midwest, and just the various regions like New England and such. So each model is specifically designed for each region entirely. So it's more localized. That way it's more efficient entirely. And we also are including topographical data, so we can cover the terrain entirely and also soil absorption rates entirely too.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me take this. Really good presentation and a great way to kick off this event. My question is is this, you talked about the sensor and sandbags and integration of once you know the flood, and is there any hardware connected to this, or it just the app and you feed data to it and you have the watch through the app?
So we are relying heavily on just a regression model, so predictive AI. So we're using all these variables to just predict when it will flood, and we will also just use kind of crowdsourcing entirely to ensure that our model is liable and it's actually working properly. And from there, once we actually have a decent audience, we do plan on actually making sensors and having hardware, so we are actually accurately predicting flood rates in general.
Great presentation. Can you say a little bit more about your acquisition cost for your customers? I saw the $100 to $200, which seems a little steep for startup. So can you just say a little bit about how you would manage through your acquisitions?
Yeah, so basically what the $300 set for advertisements are, that's for the $1,000 investment if we were to get that. That is just to bring attention to the app to get it started. As mentioned earlier, we already selected beta testers, so on social media, we just want to really gain traction first, and then as we get more users and get more feedback, then we can improve the app and then spend a lot more money on actual advertisements where we can actually get a steady customer. Yeah.
Thank you.
Our main goal today is to get 12 teams up and down these stairs without injury, so far so good. And me. I almost took a tumble last year. They reminded me of that. Well, I'm Kevin Shamel, Director of Programming here at the STARTedUP Foundation, and we have three main programs that I have the privilege of overseeing. One, of course, is what you're seeing today, the STARTedUP Challenge. Also our Alumni Association, which you'll hear from some of our alumni a little bit later. Yeah, there they are. But the third program is our Innovation Accelerator program for teachers. And just a question, like, do you know a teacher that just gets it? You know the teacher that goes above and beyond each and every day, brings energy and creativity into the classroom? The one you know is changing lives? Yeah, that teacher. If someone comes to mind, that's exactly who we're looking for in our Innovation Accelerator. It's built for educators just like them. It's a powerful hands-on experience that equips teachers to lead, innovate, and bring entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial thinking into the lives of their students. And when they're selected, they don't just participate, they level up. They gain real leadership opportunities, a nationwide network of mentors and other educators, a proven, ready-to-use entrepreneurship and innovation curriculum, travel experiences that expand their perspective, and new ways to open doors for their students. And here's the best part. This doesn't just impact one classroom, it impacts entire schools and entire communities. And right now we're accepting applications for our 2026-27 cohort. Here's what I need you to do. Think of that teacher, or if you are that teacher, whether you're watching this on the live stream or you're here in the audience, come talk to us. We've got some information out on the registration table. If you know somebody, shoot them a text, shoot them an email. They can go to startedupfoundation.org for more information under educators. Because when you invest in one great teacher, you actually do invest in hundreds of students' lives. So thank you so much for your participation. What I would like to do at this point, I have the honor of introducing our next team from Purdue Polytechnic High School. Please welcome Magman. How about another hand for Magman?
Have you ever needed a magnetic hero? Well, I'm here to present Magman. Before we get that, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dylan Nunez. I go to Purdue Polytechnic High School North. I've been working at a metal fabrication for around 6 months, almost 7. And let's get right to it. My mission at Magman, I wish to make metal fabrication safer, faster, and more accessible for every shop floor, which I will get to later. So what is my mission or my vision at Magman is to make all metal fabrication shops use my product, which I think will be very helpful in the long run. I have a SWOT analysis. So you might be asking, Dylan, what is a SWOT analysis? It's my strengths, my weaknesses, my opportunities, and my threats. So let's start with my threats. It's working. I know. I use it at work. So have my coworkers. And so far we've had 0 injuries, which is very nice. It's what I'm looking for. It's what I'm here to solve. It's very efficient, right? You just slap it on, and boom, you're straight working. I have two weaknesses. One is a personal weakness. The other is more of a product weakness. So I don't have access to a 3D printer at home, but luckily enough, I've been able to use my school's 3D printer, which I'm very grateful for. Uh, the strength and the cost of my materials, right? I want to look for better materials when it comes to the rubber elastic part of my product. And for my opportunities, this alone, being up here, talking to you guys, presenting and getting feedback is opportunity. And hopefully this allows me to really get my product out there. My threats, that there are other products out there similar to mine, which I will get to later. So what is my problem? Prying individual sheets of metal is very difficult. There's no real easy way of doing it, but my coworkers and I, and I'm sure many other people around the world have done this. We have our work gloves, and we would cut around the fingertips so we can use our fingernails to get in between each sheet of metal, because there is roughly 68, I'm guessing, stacked upon each other. So it is very hard, and the sheets are very small or very thin. So it's very difficult to get in there with just regular gloves on. That's why we use our fingernails. But the problem with this is that it results to a lot of injury, especially the fingertips, sometimes even in the flesh, which has happened to one of my coworkers who is here today. And we want to solve this. And around 38% of people have been injured to this in metal fabrication, in welding shops, in mechanic shops, and lots of DIYers. So I want to present to you guys my prototypes. I had 3 prototypes originally, and then I'll get to my finalized prototype, which will be my product. So this is very simple. This is my work glove. All I did was add magnets to my work glove around the knuckles. I super glued them, but this is a very tedious process to do, right? You have to apply the super glue and then put the magnets on, which sometimes they'll get stuck together, which really sucked. And not to mention, the super glue would go through the glove, which would make it very uncomfortable. So I knew I needed something different. This is more of a modular band prototype. It is 3 bands. You can only see 2 here in this picture, but there's one on the other side. There's 2, one that goes on the palm and the back side of the hand, and then one around the wrist, and then you have a connector piece. This allows greater stability, and you have more control over, but I wasn't sure where the magnets would go, because I knew I didn't want to make a small, medium, and large size. I wanted a one-size-fits-all, which led me to my 3rd prototype, which is more of a wrist hand bandage, but I had the same problem. And also, not to mention, it was very difficult to put on with a glove on. So this is when I realized I needed something a lot more simpler. I didn't need anything complicated. This brings me to my finalized prototype. So I used Fusion 360 to design my prototype, and I use a flexible TPU to print my my prototype. You can see on the left and on the right side there are slips for the rubber elastic, and then there are 5 magnets for each magman. And in the printing process, I pause it so I can slip the magnets in and it prints over. But the layer is so thin that the magnets are still very strong. I have had no falters with it. And I add Velcro strap so you can just take it off, take it on and off whenever you feel like it. And the rubber elastic is so flexible, it's a one-size-fits-all, which is exactly what I was looking for. So let's talk about my competitors. I have many competitors, but these are my 4 main competitors, and then I have mine on the right side. I have my criteria on the left, so I knew I wanted it to be lightweight, wearable, one-hand use. I need it to be a safety improvement because that's what I'm here for. I'm here to improve the safety, and I want it to be a low cost. Out of all my competitors, Magmate MX Series is my highest competitor, but they falter in one thing, which is what I'm here for, is safety improvement, and Magman does exactly that. Okay, So these are my metrics. We can get to this later, but just know that my startup costs will be around $550. My profit margins are around 60 to 75%, and I plan on selling my product for $20 to $25 because I felt like that was the perfect sweet spot. So my next steps, I want to win this pitch competition. I want to secure seed funding, the prize money. I plan on refining my design, which I'm doing currently, and I want to protect my IP with a provisional patent. I want to find customers. I'm already going around to different mechanic and welding shops and metal fabrication shops to really pitch my product. And lastly, I want to do small batch manufacturing, which just basically get access to a 3D printer and start printing these at home. And with your help, we'll be able to make metal fabrication shops safer. Thank you.
What's the weight capacity for one of these?
For the sheets of metal or the product?
The product.
It's very lightweight. I didn't actually scale it, but if you
Sorry, how much can it carry?
oh, can it carry? Well, each sheet of metal is around 40 to 50 pounds, and it's made to be used at the very end, so you can slip your other hand underneath and get to work.
Congrats on the presentation. It was really amazing. Since you already are working in a metal shop, have you already started, using it, or your coworkers using it? What kind of feedback have you been getting in terms of being able to kind of sell it at more shops?
Yes, me and my coworkers have been using it. It's been very effective. I remember last weekend we worked and we saved, I think, 2 hours of work simply because prying the sheets with your fingernails is very tedious. It's very hard to get in there. But Magman has been able to reduce the time of work significantly. And we have been talking to our boss on how to really get our product out there.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about your customer acquisition? You talked about going to different shops. That seems maybe a little time consuming for that. Do you have any mass ideas for getting mass customers?
As of right now, I plan on going to just mechanic shops and metal fabrication because I have lots of friends who work in those industries, and I want to get in contact with their bosses. And I want to pitch them my idea, get their feedback on it, and how I can really get my product out there.
Have, since I'm an engineer, I'll ask you one engineering question. So this is a cool idea using the magnets, but what about the suction cups that can be used with, you press it, you can lift the sheet up. So where do you see the technology challenges between the suction cup versus the magnet?
I think the suction cups aren't as strong as the magnets, especially because there are many different types of magnets. You can get stronger ones, and you can put those into the Magman. I think the stronger magnets are definitely a better option to go with rather than the suction cups.
Okay. We'd like to thank our 2026 Started Up Summit host, Butler University's Lacey School of Business, where at least one of these teams you see today will be that you're cheering on will compete against the other state finalists on June 12th for prize money and scholarship opportunities. The event is a culmination of a year of hard work, innovation, and grit, bringing together the entire Started Up ecosystem for one massive can't-miss experience. At the summit, you'll witness the top 10 Started Up Challenge finalist teams as they take the stage to pitch for $25,000 in prize money. You'll reconnect with alumni, you'll support standout regional finalists, and celebrate alongside our incredible Innovation Accelerator educators. Whether you're here for the ideas, the energy, or the community, this is where it all comes together. Don't miss your chance to be a part of it this June at the Started Up Summit. And at this time, I would like to introduce our next team to the stage from Brownsburg High School. Please welcome Turf Relief Insole.
Hi, my name is Thomas Banich, and I am from Brownsburg High School, and my company name is Turf Relief Insole. As an athlete at Brownsburg High School, I've had the chance to participate in 2 state championships. One problem that I've faced in these state championships is in the middle of the game, I find myself taking off my cleats to empty the turf out for my cleats because it's hindering my performance with it being uncomfortable and me not being able to get traction in my cleats. So, I took this to the locker room. Here you can see my survey numbers. I had a survey throughout my whole team to see who also had this problem. It ended up being 92.3% people had this problem. But the only problem isn't just it being uncomfortable. It's also the mess that comes after taking off your cleats. That was the other percentage of people's problem. So, this is my solution. My solution is I created a one-way permeable surface on an insole that goes into a chamber and is also comfortable using a TPU 90A filament. Here I will demonstrate it real quick. So I have a little turf here, and I'm just going to sprinkle it into the insole like I'm running, and then I'm just going to bend it like I'm running. Nothing coming out. Then I have a Velcro piece on the side that has access to the chamber, and it just comes off like that, and you're able to empty it right away. This also saves the mess from being all over the locker room, and it can save hours cleaning the locker room. Next is what sets me apart. Obviously, I'm going to be the first into this industry. And our one-way channel into the bottom of the chamber will help keep the turf in there and not come up into the athlete's cleat. Next is the easy access chamber. Being able to just pull off the Velcro and dump it into the trash can easily to where it's not in your bedroom, living room, bathroom, and everything like that. Next is our durable and hygienic. We are able to wash our insoles because as an athlete, we all know our feet get stinky. So being able to take the insoles out and throw them in the washer and dryer to make sure they're clean and ready to use. And then obviously, are comfortable. We have to make sure our athletes are comfortable. So what we use is our TPU 90A filament that is 3D printed so it bends with the athlete's foot and not only bends with it, but also gives the energy return to our athletes. Next is our innovation. I started off with just this 3D model in Google. Then I tried to print it. I ended up seeing that printing it with regular PLA was not good because it's hard, not bendable, and everything like that. Next, I've used a TPU 90A filament to help make sure that our athletes have the flexion in the foot and also it's breathable. My cost structure. Here is a 6-month startup cost structure, which comes out to around $12,600. I'm just going to touch on the main ones. That's going to be raw materials. That is going to be buying an extra 3D printer and then also the TPU 90A filament. Next is going to be manufacturing. That is also going to be the 3D printer, the first one. Next is going to be the labor. As a full-time athlete and student, I'm not going to be able to man the 3D printer the entire time. So I will hire someone to help man the 3D printer and make sure these things are in production. Next is my prototype journey. As I mentioned before, we had our just 3D prototype in Google. Then it turned into the PLA and then the TPU 90A filament. My investability. This market opportunity is huge with the insole market being $4.2 billion. Also, there is over 12 million athletes that play on turf in America. Then also, what I plan on doing with a $1,000 investment is first getting a patent. That's going to be the first step to make sure no one steals my idea and everything like that. Next is going to be raw materials. Like I mentioned before, that is going to take some of that startup cost out of that $12,600 to make sure we have everything that we need. Then it's going to be marketing. $100 of that marketing is going to go into social media, but that next $100 is going to get it in athletes' hands, so the biggest marketing tool of word of mouth can get it out there. Thank you. I want you to join the revolution of changing the insole industry for athletes. I'm going to walk these over to the judges. You guys can start your questions. I'll answer them as I walk.
Great job. I am curious if you've done any analysis on the cost benefit of outsourcing the 3D printing versus hiring somebody.
I have. The cost for everybody, for someone to 3D print it, I've gone to about 3 different people, and it has been a little bit more. It's going to be around $1,000 like per unit. That's going to be 50 insoles. And then if I just do it myself and I just hire someone, it's going to come out to around only like $400. So I feel like that would benefit me more than saving that $500.
Thank you.
Great presentation. My question was, did you have a vision for expanding product lines beyond just this sole in order to scale the company?
I definitely have. I've definitely thought about going into the cleat industry as well to have this already in there. But that'll be further down the road for sure to make sure this takes off first.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. On distribution and in terms of marketing, have you kind of done an analysis on how much you're going to have to spend in order to kind of get your first customers that aren't just, local here?
Yeah, I definitely have. Distribution, I'm going to be using just shipping it out from my garage. I mean, that's where you all got to start somewhere, and that also helps save costs. But also social media ads, but with those people local, as an athlete, we all go national, like camps, tournaments, everything. So when people see those insoles, when they're taking it out and just dumping it easily, I feel like that will also get it out there.
How comfortable is it?
It's actually way comfortable. As you can see, if there's a regular insole in there for my other cleats. So it's really flat, and you can really feel the bottom of the cleats. So with that, I feel like adding the comfortability, and it also gives our athletes energy return to where it flexes back with them. So it's not sucking up all the energy, and you're actually getting some return to help even like run faster and jump higher. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pellets all over the stage, though. I'm just kidding. Well, thank you very much. Please, at this time, we'd like to introduce up to the stage representing IU Lab. Please welcome Matt Jaworski.
Good morning. As I said earlier, it's just so inspiring to see the innovators and entrepreneurs that are pursuing their passions and dreams today, and I appreciate the opportunity to be meeting with you all and being able to critique, I guess, to a certain degree, but just want everyone to recognize that making it to this point is a huge accomplishment of itself. Regardless of the outcomes today, it should be noted that you are on the bright paths and you should continue to pursue what you think is important. With that, I think IU Lab is pretty important. The IU Launch Accelerator for Biosciences is Indiana University's signature life science innovation initiative, focused on driving commercialization and innovation of research and training the next generation of life science leaders. IU Lab is at the forefront of emerging biotech and ensuring that Indiana's life science economy remains robust from the innovation entrepreneurship standpoint. many people maybe don't know, Indiana's life science economy is a $102 billion per year economy. We are the leading exporting state of life science innovations and devices, and we have a robust capital for orthopedics up in Warsaw, Indiana, radioligand therapies here in Indianapolis, and home to the the world's largest and the historically largest pharmaceutical company in the world through Eli Lilly, as well as home to Roche, Cook Medical, and a number of other major life science innovation companies. So with that, if you are interested in life science innovation and you are looking to partner in any ways, please come find me. I'd be happy to discuss further and appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'd like to introduce team number 4 to the stage from Oldenburg Academy. Please welcome Patchables.
We bring you Patchables, where you can swap the patches, not the sweatshirt.
For teenagers like us, fashion and clothing is not just style. It's practically social survival. And for a demographic who already fears judgment and fitting in, clothing plays a vital role in the youth of our teenagers. Clothing is typically the first thing someone sees when they look at you. And people, especially teenagers, constantly feel like they need to fit in. And in order to do so, they feel like they have to constantly keep buying new clothing to match the newest trends and styles. Just like these trends, clothes also fade in and fade out, resulting in people feeling like they need to get rid of their clothes, leaving millions of pounds of clothes each year in landfills all over the world. These landfills are struggling to keep up with the rapid pace of the consumers around them. This leads to overconsumption and overproduction, which is something we are both very passionate about. And our desire to change and better the fashion world, even if it is just one sweatshirt or one patch at a time, has led us to the development of Patchables.
Hello, I'm Callie Evers, a senior at Oldenburg Academy, and I'm in many clubs and sports, and I have a big love for fashion, chemistry, and life sciences.
Hi, my name is Bridget Lohmuller, and I'm also a senior at Oldenburg Academy who's involved in many clubs and sports as well. I also love fashion, science, and learning about ways we can better the community and environment as a whole. Together, we want to work towards making a future where fashion can be appreciated without being overly consuming and overly abundant.
So we want to create a customizable sweatshirt with removable, interchangeable patches that allow you to change your design anytime without having to buy a whole new sweatshirt. How these work. Sweatshirts will come with discrete fabric zones. They will be fabric, the patches will attach using fabric-safe Velcro or specialty textile adhesive. These patches will be removable, reusable, not bulky, and not sticky to the touch. This saves money long-term since with one sweatshirt purchase, you can have unlimited designs. Our target audiences will be ages 13 through 20, younger adults who are trend-focused shoppers, people who care about sustainability, and fans of customizable fashion like the Crocs and Gibbets trend. For future innovation, we plan to have limited edition patch drops, have seasonal collections, create a color-changing sweatshirt with a button-activated fabric, and have premium subscriptions for exclusive designs. We are doing this so you never have to buy a hoodie just to match your style and trends.
While we plan to address overconsumption and constantly deeming social norms, our product offers countless ways to wear and style an item, unlike most brands that typically have fixed designs. While most companies fail to address the harm they do to the earth, our company is built around it. We focus on allowing people to express themselves in ways that does not harm the earth or community around them. Now, we were able to ask a few quick questions from our target audience, being students at our schools, students in surrounding schools, and even students that go to bigger schools, like schools in Indianapolis and Cincinnati.
and we asked them 4 simple questions. 1, around how many hoodies do you buy per year? With almost 50% saying 1 to 3 hoodies per year, and another almost 25% saying 5 to 8 hoodies per year. Our second question was to gauge interest. So we asked if people would be interested in buying a customizable hoodie like ours, where almost 60% said yes, with a little bit of worry about the price, and almost 40% saying yes, without a doubt. Leading us to our next question. We asked how much someone would be willing to pay for our product, with over 50% saying $45 to $60, and then another almost 25% saying over $60, which will eventually tie into one of our next slides when we were figuring our pricing. Our fourth and final question is trend-based, where we asked if trends influence what people buy, with over 50% saying yes, and then another 11% saying that they are sometimes influenced by trends. This research shows us that trends in fast fashion play a vital role in the youth of our teenagers. This shows us that our idea is a possible solution to this problem.
For the cost and revenue of our business, our sweatshirts will be sold for $45. These sweatshirts cost $11.31 to make, giving us a profit of $33.69. Our single patches will be sold for $8, and those cost $1.68 to make, giving us a profit of $6.32. And our 3-patch bundle will be sold for $20, and those cost $5.04 to make, giving us a profit of $14.96. Our revenue would come from the one-time sweatshirt purchases, the repeated patch purchases, and then the monthly patch subscriptions. This is very doable for us because there's a low startup cost, the high repeat patch purchases, the trend-based limited drops will increase demand, and social media will help keep advertising costs low. We would hold off on paying ourselves for the first couple of months so we could get our business up and thriving, and then with that built-up revenue, we would start working on paying ourselves and hiring other workers.
Now, if we were given $1,000 to invest in our company, we would choose to invest in ways that would get our business off the ground while attracting as much attention to our product and mission as possible. So our main form of investment would be in buying as much inventory as possible. This way, we could afford to ship our products to influencers all across the country in hopes that they make videos promoting our products. As we would continue to grow, we hope that larger brands would be interested in promoting their logos on our patches. These brands could range anywhere from sports teams, makeup brands, musical artists, or really any other brand that wants to put their patch on one of our logos. We have also briefly thought about patenting our adhesive technology. This way, our adhesive and patches could be used in bigger brands, not just our store, resulting in revenue from each purchase.
Thank you. This is Patchables. We hope you share the same mission as we do towards this product, one that is working towards the good of the environment and to help teens feel confidence in their everyday outfits. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our business pitch.
Great job, you all. I love the idea. I think it really does align with what you mentioned about Crocs and the customizability. I wonder if you could expand upon your manufacturing plans and how you then would look at distribution channels.
Yeah, so at first we would have to start kind of local and most likely be basing it out of one of our houses because we couldn't afford a place to keep our inventory. But our plan for now would be to buy in bulk so our product prices are slower, and then we would assemble them together in our own rooms and then ship them out through our local mail.
Thank you.
Fantastic job, you guys. My background is actually in sustainable fashion, so this is really exciting to me. I would love to hear more on kind of the manufacturing as well. You know, when you say it costs you $11 to produce, I was just wondering, you know, is sustainability, you know, also thought through in the manufacturing process, and can you talk about that a little?
I mean, it kind of is. If we are buying in bulk, we do have to order a lot of sweatshirts at one time, so that is kind of a negative effect of that. But our products will be made to order. This way, we won't be producing products that won't get ordered. So hopefully that answers your question.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. I really enjoyed this presentation. So really good job.
Thank you.
Great presentation and good job. I have one question on the durability of this patch. And did you test it out, like how long it will be?
So our adhesive is something that we aren't set in stone on. So with our investment, I know we didn't mention it in our slides, but we are looking to get into a scientific lab to kind of better our adhesive, because the adhesive we have now only lasts about maybe 5 or 6 wears, and you do have to take it off in the wash. So that is a bit of a struggle. That is something that we are looking towards figuring out as we continue to grow. Thank you, guys.
All right. This time we wanted to extend our sincere gratitude to the Indiana Economic Development Corporation for their role as a 2026 Started Up Challenge state sponsor. The IEDC's commitment goes far beyond sponsorship. It represents a meaningful investment in the future of Indiana's economy. By supporting programs like the Started Up Challenge, they're hoping to cultivate the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and problem solvers who will drive our state forward. Their belief in students today is a direct investment in tomorrow's workforce, businesses, and communities. Because of partners like the IEDC, we're not just preparing students for jobs, we're empowering them to create them. Please join me in thanking the Indiana Economic Development Corporation for their continued leadership, vision, and dedication to building a stronger economic future for Indiana. All right, and now at this time, please welcome our next team to the stage from Noblesville High School. Please welcome Barkitecture.
Hi, my name is Jack.
I'm Luke. And I'm Cooper.
We're all seniors at Noblesville High School, and this is our product Barkitecture. So the problem we're trying to solve is that dogs come in many different shapes and sizes, as we all know, but many of the puzzle feeders on the market follow a one-size-fits-all approach. And that doesn't effectively tackle the problem of indigestion. So our goal was to create a customizable dog bowl that helps tackle that problem better.
So looking into our solution and how we work, we come with a modular dog piece bowl. They're all equipped with the same universal clipping mechanism on the bottom. And then all of them use a pet-safe, food-safe filament. And then they all have a universal same clipping, allow for easy assemble and disassemble. And then they all come with a food-safe filament.
So looking at our competitors, as you can see, they all kind of follow that one-size-fits-all approach. None of them are really customizable. The only advantages some of them have are like the non-slip base and stuff, which we have been looking at, especially after running our testing and stuff.
Some of the advantages of our product is that it's easily customizable due to the modular design, so we can create new pieces as we go, as we get testing. It uses dog-friendly colors, which we thought would be a fun addition. It's easy to clean since you can take it apart, and it's compatible for all different sizes of dogs, as well as it's very easy to make, so it has a low price. But some of the disadvantages we have right now are that the additional pieces must be bought as we create them, unless we do a subscription-based service. And the size of the bowl can't change, and that there's no secure connection to the ground yet. And we've been having some issues with that, but we're looking to tackle that.
And then looking into our cost, we took many factors into consideration in getting our estimated cost, such as our pet-safe, food-safe filament, which came out to about $15 per bowl. The electricity to print the bowls on our 3D printers, which is about 50 cents per bowl. And then our marketing, which we still have to decide. And then for estimated revenue, we said we want to charge somewhere in the $20 to $25 range per bowl, which would bring our estimated profit to about $9.50 to $4.50. And then a business model we've kind of like entertained the thought of doing is a subscription-based model to keep the revenue constant over time and to allow for us to keep innovating.
So if we were to win the $1,000, there would be a few things we would like to do with that money. The first one we'd like to test test more dog bowls. We have run testing already, but we'd like to give them out to more people, and each person will get different pieces, so that way we can get feedback from that on which pieces work better. And then we'd also want to create small aluminum test molds to test injection molding, because right now we're doing 3D printing, but that is not very time efficient, so we'd like to find a better way to do that to save money. And that's our project. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. I'm also a graduate of Noblesville, so it's exciting to see you represent. My question is, can you talk a little bit more about the problem? You know, I don't have a lot of dogs. I didn't grow up with a lot of dogs. So can you kind of explain, why is indigestion bad, and, what is this problem, or what is this really solving for?
We had more information on we submitted a new set of slides, so I'm sorry about that. So basically, dogs eat way faster than they should, and it upsets their stomach, and it's bad for their stomach. So there's types of bowls that kind of slow them down. But our dogs kind of got used to that as time went on, because they're just like adapting to that new bowl. So we wanted to create something that we could have for a long time, that we could easily change out the pieces so they could continue not getting indigestion, and their stomachs won't be upset.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. First of all, thank you for your idea. I'm a dog mom, so I appreciate it. Did any of you try any of your prototypes with your own animals?
Yeah, I did. So on the other slides we had, we did have a whole slide about all the testing we ran and stuff. So I have a small golden retriever puppy, and then I tested that on her and my grandparents' small dog. It worked really well with them. They ate a lot slower with it, but then my bigger golden retriever, who's an adult, he kind of just flinged the food all outside the bowl. So we wanted to make some future modifications, like adding a bigger lip to the bowl, and then also maybe including a rubber mat with a purchase or attachable suction cups, so that way it can be firmly attached to a surface.
Is there any concern about, because the pieces are detachable, the dogs eating the pieces?
Yeah, so that clipping mechanism, we took inspiration from like a Lego Technic piece, but you can only clip it in the one way, and then to get it out, you have to pinch from the underside to get the actual piece out. So you'll have to reach around. But we've had a lot of testing of pulling the pieces up and not being able to get them out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, you're fine.
Okay. As we celebrate the incredible journey of these students, we also want to take a moment to recognize the champions behind the scenes, the partners who believe in these young innovators and invest in what comes next. Today, we're proud to recognize our 2026 incentive partners. These organizations do more than just show support. They're creating real opportunities, from scholarships to mentorship to resources and next step pathways. They're helping turn ideas into futures. Let's give a warm thank you to Butler University and Purdue University Northwest, please. These partners aren't just investing in projects, they're investing in people. They're opening doors, expanding possibilities, and sending a powerful message to every student in this room. They're saying, we see your potential, and we're here to help you take the next step. To our partners, thanks for being such an essential part in this journey. Because of you, the Started Up Challenge isn't just an experience, it's a launch pad. So let's give them another big round of applause. And with that, I'd like to introduce our next team to the stage from Brownsburg High School. Please welcome Luna Bandages.
Hello, Sharks. I'm Luke Paget.
And I'm Nathan Peck.
So, no matter through work, exercise, or just living life, estimates show that up to 70% of people in the world have suffered from blisters during their life, yet the industry to treat them has barely innovated in the last 100 years.
That's why we came together to create Luna Bandages, where we revolutionized Velcare, which judges you have right in front of you. And with your seed money, we can help bring Luna Bandages to life.
So here's a little about us and Luna Bandages as a whole. Nathan and I are both high school baseball players and have suffered from blisters throughout our entire lives, so we understand the frustration of blister pain holding you back.
With this frustration in mind, we created Luna Bandages to help make a bandage that suits our needs and also helps people stay active through injury, which is why we live by our message, for people who move, by people who move.
So we took this past personal struggle and we validated it through personal interviews with medical professionals in places like the IU Health Network and other local healthcare facilities, and we combined that with university research to define 3 main problems that we needed to solve.
These 3 problems are that 1, blisters are one of the most common injuries in the world, 2, the current bandage market for treating them is very ineffective, and 3, single-use bandages are a huge contributor to environmental waste.
Along with this, at Luna Bandages, we will be selling to 3 main customer segments, which are going to be athletes, labor workers, and just everyday active people, because our research showed that they suffer from blisters the most every day.
Additionally, this table shows each of our customer segments' buying behaviors and how we will market towards each of them.
So let's break down our actual solution, Velcare. Velcare, which you have in front of you in 5 sizes, is a reusable, machine washable, double-backed stitched fabric bandage secured entirely by hook and loop and cushioned by an interchangeable antimicrobial silver alginate patch. It offers unparalleled conformity and 4-way stretch to meet all wound types.
We will be selling Velcare in 5 sizes, so that way we can put on any body part, and we will be selling our corresponding silver alginate patches in 5 sizes as well. Additionally, we will be selling our silver alginate in a single purchase package of 5 and a monthly silver subscription of 16, which you judges have in front of you. Additionally, when we tested Velcare in our batting practice and our games, we found out that it does solve all three of our aforementioned problems because of its adjustability, the fact that it is unaffected by moisture or movement, and the fact that it promotes healing.
Our tests also showed that the lifespan of each bandage is roughly 3 months that's needed before repurchasing, and each silver alginate patch needs to be replaced for every 8 hours of activity. So now I'll do a quick demonstration of how to use Velcare.
Moving into our competition, the main alternatives to Velcare are Band-Aid, Sports Wrap, and Sports Tape. And the main problems that we had with these was the fact that they only lasted about an hour before we had to take them off, or they fell off on their own. And this is because they were inhibited by moisture or movement, compared to us, while we take around 8 hours before we even need to adjust it.
So this leads us into our unique value proposition, which we summed up through wrap, reuse, repeat, because Velcare can conform to all wound types, is not inhibited by any performance through sweat and friction during activity, and has an interchangeable antimicrobial cushioning that allows for consistent, repeated use, which is why we believe whenever life rubs you the wrong way, Velcare has you covered.
In order to get Velcare on the market, since it is a Class 2 medical device according to the FDA because of the silver alginate patch, we will need a $1 million investment because of our extremely high startup costs. And this investment will cover testing, documentation, FDA approval, a manufacturer, and a storage unit. And overall, this process should take around 2 years to complete.
So following these 2 years to become market ready, we outlined goals for our first 3 years in business, which we calculated by analyzing market trends for similar medical startups. In year 1, we're going to run a 5,000 bandage pilot run, which is the minimum for an FDA-regulated manufacturer, and we're looking for about 1,300 customers in this time frame, and this will serve as the basis for our following costs and projections. In year 2, we want to secure full patent rights and break into local pharmacies, allowing us to 4x our previous revenue and break even on the startup debt from the year before. And in year 3, we want to break into national retail stores like CVS and Walgreens, allowing us to 5x the previous revenue.
Moving into our costs, we charted each one of our 3 years and moved our 2-year startup plan into our year 1, and most of our costs are purely business operational related.
The other main cost we will incur is variable inventory costs, which we calculated using our goals and year 1 projections, and then multiplied those out using the year 2 and 3 multipliers we just outlined. And overall, we see a lowered unit cost over time due to higher volume spending.
Breaking this down, we have several charts showing our yearly and product revenues, as well as our unit costs and sales prices.
As you can see, our silver is going to be our main stream of revenue due to its high need to repurchase to keep the Velcare bandage working, and we estimate about 80% of the silver revenue will come from those single purchase packs, so we used captive product pricing strategy to optimize the returns from our silver and bandages.
Combining these two, we have a year-by-year breakdown of our profit, and as you can see, in the first year we were actually at a loss because of our extremely high startup costs, which is why we need that big investment. But by year 3, by analyzing market trends, we found out that we should exponentially increase our growth, and which matches our startup plans and our goals.
So because we do not have any actual sales yet, we did a customer feedback survey to determine our feasibility, and this helped us verify our problem and target market, and the key stat was that 100% of people who answered that they suffered from blisters said they would be willing to try our product, establishing a future customer base.
We have innovated significantly in our 10 months, going from leather and then to a leggings fabric and then now a wholesale fabric, which is the prototype you see today, and we will continue to refine this until we get it on the shelves.
Sharks, now we need your help. Despite a steep barrier to entry in this market, the seed money from this competition is vital to allowing us to get the documentation so that we can further pitch for that $1 million investment and jumpstart our path to the market.
Not only that, but we need your investor guidance to guide us through an extremely difficult healthcare industry.
Sharks, who's ready to revolutionize bandages with Velcare? Thank you.
Excellent presentation, and I love the manifesting of getting on Shark Tank one day.
Thank you.
You have a very ambitious goal for sales, and it sounds like you're going to need a very robust marketing strategy in order to get there. Can you do a little bit more analysis on your marketing strategy?
So most of our marketing, since we said we are targeting athletes, labor workers, and everyday active people, we will be really targeting through social media because that's a really easy way to get like broad and reach. And for athletes in particular, they are on social media constantly looking at their favorite influencers, so we'll try to reach out with them. Additionally, we want to team up with Area 31, and because they are big with labor workers, especially in high school, and then that way they can secure some potential customers, as well as through word of mouth, because we know a lot of our friends who are also baseball players struggle with a similar problem as us.
Yeah, and we've even like just at practices and stuff, when we first brought this and showed it to people, we've had multiple of our friends and other teammates be like, oh, I really suffer from that, I could use that. And so we have a unique ability to get our product immediately into hands of some of people around us and let it spread from there as well.
This is a great product and great presentation. I actually had an epic fall last week. I was training for the Indy Mini, and I've got a bunch of scabs and stuff on me. And
sorry to hear that.
No, it's fine. But but I don't want to wear a Band-Aid. I don't want to wear a Band-Aid. My question is, at some point in your journey, will you make your own Band-Aid?
Yeah, that's what we feel Velcare really does, is kind of acts as a substitute for those bandages. And you know, you don't have to keep rebuying. At least I know for me, like my trash can will pile up with blisters or bandage waste and all the plastic and all that, just having to keep rebuying them just so I can play. And so we want Velcare to be something that you purchase once a couple times over a few months, and you're able to keep using that over and over and allow you to use it when you're training and stuff like that to serve as a substitute for bandages.
So when you did the market analysis and the competition, and you showed this one here, so you are only talking about the features that are reusable, washable, and flexible, adjustable. But what about the the main criteria, like avoiding, like preventing the infection, and also the permeability of the band that you have created, right? So there are many factors for wound healing. So did you look into the advantages that this bandage will provide with respect to other techniques or systems?
Yeah, of course. And so that's why we included the silver alginate patch. That's why it's our cushioning, because it's antimicrobial. And that's something that I had seen earlier on when researching better things to help keep blisters safe. And so you can put it on the wound, and it acts no different than like the inner padding that you'll see on Band-Aids and stuff, so that it goes directly over the wound, keeps it safe, dry. It's actually very comfortable when we've used it. You actually feel nothing over the blister when you have it wrapped around, so it keeps it safe, it's dry, it keeps it prevent infections, and even when the wound leaks, it absorbs it, and so that way you don't feel anything else. Thank you.
All right. Before we go to intermission, just want to let you know, we want to invite you to what we're calling the Emerging Innovators Showcase. It's located just outside. It's in the TV lounge over where the coffee was set up earlier. These incredible students may not be competing in today's finals, but they have demonstrated exceptional promise and passion. They chose to be here, and they want to continue making progress in their entrepreneurial journey. Each one has identified a real-world problem and developed a thoughtful, innovative solution. They're eager to connect with you, gather feedback, and continue refining their ideas. You'll also have another chance to meet them during the lunch period, and they'll actually be set up and will be manning their booth through the second half of pitches today. So if you need to stretch your legs, stop by and give them some feedback. They've cleaned up breakfast and they're setting up lunch. So if you do need a snack, they've got lots of options on the first floor. Let's make it a plan to get back in here at 10:40. So at 10:40, we will start the second half of the pitches. Thank you. welcome back. Welcome back. Let's talk a little bit about what comes after today, because this is not just a one-day pitch competition. For our incredible student competitors, this moment certainly is not the finish line, it's just the beginning. Every regional finalist you're going to see today, as well as the others around the state, are invited to be part of something much bigger. It's the STARTedUP Alumni Association. It's not just a title, it truly is a community. It's a growing network of young innovators who are continuing to build, lead, and support each other long after the competition ends. As a STARTedUP alum, students get access to real opportunities that keep the momentum going. Leadership experience to build confidence and character, a powerful network of like-minded peers, speaking opportunities and visibility as young changemakers, a built-in support system of other students navigating similar journeys, ongoing resources and mentorship to keep growing their ventures, direct connections to internships and career opportunities, even a chance to showcase their work on a statewide stage, the upcoming STARTedUP Summit. And this community is already thriving, with already over 75 active alumni and growing every year. So to our competitors today, no matter what happens on the stage, know this: you're not walking away from the experience, you're stepping into something much bigger. Because once you're part of the STARTedUP family, you're part of a community that's with you for the long run. And we cannot wait to see where you go next. And one of those speaking opportunities I spoke about, you're going to see it, because we're going to hear right now from one of our vice presidents and former competitor. Let's welcome to the stage Mariah Wright.
Okay, hi everyone. Like Kevin said, my name is Mariah Wright. I'm the Vice President of Alumni Engagement for the STARTedUP Foundation. I competed in 2023 and 2024, so I've got to have the pleasure of competing and now working with them side by side. So about the STARTedUP Foundation and a little bit with the alumni group. I have gotten to be Vice President since June, and I've had an amazing time getting to lead that with Josh as well, who you'll see around, and we'll talk to you guys throughout the day if we haven't already. If we don't find you, find us. I competed with a business at Change Pass and then made my new business, and the alumni group has supported me through that journey, and I'm so grateful for it. There's bi-monthly meetings that we host, tailored to you guys for what you need, as well as a group me. I get to host fun challenges and questions monthly. I'm looking to hopefully get more ideas to make it more fun. But basically, it's kind of just like a helping hand. You get to connect with other alumni, and we want to support you. You've made it this far, and that's what matters to us. And we want to keep going with you as you develop more ideas. If you make a new business, you take a break for college, whatever, we're here to support you the whole way. So when you get an email in a couple of weeks, months, you'll get a form that asks you if you want to join, and I hope you say yes.
Thank you very much, Mariah. All right. Let's go ahead and get started with our second half of pitches. At this time, presenting their innovation Swish Brush, please welcome from Oldenburg Academy, Swift Clean.
This is the Swish Brush, presented by SwiftClean. I'm Eleanor.
And I'm Rachel.
And we are coming to you today to tell you about our product that will hopefully change the lives of millions.
Did you know an estimated 2.5 million people currently live with moderate to severe mobility impairment of their arms and hands? Now, as you might imagine, everyday tasks that we normally wouldn't think twice about, like brushing your teeth, can become extremely burdensome and strenuous for people with limited mobility. Oftentimes, this forces them to rely on caregivers, stripping them of their independence. So, we have a problem. Dental accessibility is severely limited for people with mobility issues such as disabilities, poor motor skills, and the elderly. The average toothbrush fails to meet the needs of these people as it requires the precise movement of the hands. Our solution, the Swish Brush.
This is the Swish Brush, a hands-free device made for oral care. You set it on your counter, place your mouth on the mouthpiece, and then use the power button to turn it on. The brushes will begin to rotate multi-directionally, effectively cleaning your teeth. The mouthpiece is detachable so you can replace brushes as needed, and it is also rechargeable battery operated. Looking specifically at the various aspects, there is a detached power button to make turning the product on easier. It has a toothpaste squeezer that uses a spring mechanism to push toothpaste from the stem of the device up onto the mouthpiece and is equipped with a toothpaste chamber to hold that toothpaste. It also has individualized toothbrush heads placed in various directions to optimize your clean. The mechanics of the machine are neatly concealed in the base, additionally helping to counter the weight of the brush attachment. Getting a closer look at the prototype, you can clearly see the individual toothbrush heads covering the mouthpiece in 3 directions, the detached power button, the base hiding the mechanics, the door with a hooked handle for a toothpaste chamber, and the button for toothpaste release. So in order to clean the Swish Brush, you would slide it into the separate standing apparatus that comes with purchase. The door to the chamber will open with the applied pressure of the Swish Brush pushing against it, and it will swing closed once that pressure is released and the Swish Brush is safely inside. There is a large button activator on the side of the device that will start the 2-minute rinse cycle, and any excess water can be drained by gently tilting the apparatus to let it flow out.
Now, the Swish Brush has a unique value, and this becomes quite apparent when looking at other alternative toothbrushes on the market. For example, the Auto Brush, which could be our leading competitor, is expensive, pushes subscriptions, offers no stand, and requires the use of your hands. In contrast, our product is catered to customer need and is a better option for people with limited mobility. To test the relevancy of our product, we sent out a Google form to a randomized group of people within our community. This form had questions on it to determine whether people would use it themselves or recommend the product to others. Our results yielded that 85% of people that took the survey understood the product's value and had a positive response.
As for our profits and losses, our profits are going to come from the Swish Brush itself, priced at $75 a piece. We will also be selling replacement packs for the Swish Brush that will be priced at $15 a piece. Our manufacturing costs are about $15, and there will be shipping costs that we are going to pass along to our customers. With this projected margin, we will not only have broken even by the end of the month, but actually profited by about $7 with very minor amounts of loss. We recognize that there would be rigorous FDA compliance regulations that would need to be followed, like having our product made in a specialized factory, which would cost more. But for our current prototype, this is the best projection we have.
With a $1,000 investment, we would be able to cover most of our startup costs. This would include creating a more functional prototype to better show investors how our product actually works. It would also allow us to purchase materials to build the product itself and more 3D printers to keep building prototypes.
Thank you for listening to our pitch, and we hope that you'll seriously consider investing in our product to transform the lives and give independence back to many people across the earth. While we answer questions, Rachel's going to bring the prototype around to the judges so that you can get a better look at it, and I can handle the questions from up here.
All right, I can get us started. Great presentation. My first question is, how big is this market? How many people do you feel like you can realistically target?
So we're hoping to specifically target people with limited mobility, which is going to be somewhere around 2.5 million people across the world. And then as we continue to grow our business, we're hoping to also market toward parents who have children that struggle to want to brush their teeth at night, so that this is a better alternative to end up in less fights between those parents and children.
Amazing, thank you.
I might be one of those children that struggle to brush my teeth at night, but this is really, really cool. So knowing that this is probably in the healthcare industry, would that be safe to say? Is there kind of like any licensing that you need or approval from a regulatory body?
Pretty much it's just going to be FDA compliances to make sure that it's going to be safe to sell to many different people. Other than that, there's no real patents needed than the ones that we need for our name and domain.
Okay, good. Nice.
Thank you for your presentation. I noticed from the data that you collected, you surveyed a random group of people. Did you have any conversations with families or users who would potentially use something like this to get feedback?
So we haven't talked to many people that are actually mobility impaired, but we did talk to dental hygienists who said that they thought this would be a great idea, and other citizens that know people that have mobility issues that think that that person with mobility issues would also benefit from this.
Great job. More comment than a question. As you think about customer base, maybe look into the idea of long-term care clinics in areas that you can be doing B2B rather than B2C. I think it sounds like that's your idea, but there's other opportunities out there for strategic partnerships.
Yes, thank you.
I did also have another question on, what is kind of your vision in expanding product lines so that you can create more products that address accessibility?
So as we start up and we're really getting into pushing this product, we're going to focus specifically just on this. But hopefully within about 10 years or so, as we're expanding and growing, we can start doing other things that are going to help with mobility issues as well. That would be things incorporated into your daily life. Maybe that's getting dressed, maybe that's showering, anything along those lines, hopefully once we have this product established and being sold.
Thank you.
Really good job.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? We having a good time? Good, good. My name is Allie. I'm Director of Development at the STARTedUP Foundation, and I love days like today, seeing you guys all in this room. But my favorite part is getting to watch the transformation. So we have so many students that learn how to speak in front of a crowd. They learn how to build their own businesses. They may get connected to their future employer, and it truly changes the trajectory of their life. Additionally, with our teachers, we're finding that teachers are finding passion for education again. They're wanting to stay in the profession, they're getting connected to other people and mentors, and we're able to truly shake up traditional education. And so just like our students, we tell them to solve a problem, the STARTedUP Foundation is all about equipping students for the future, and that's our problem to solve. The educational system hasn't changed in a long time, and AI and technology has probably changed more in the last 5 minutes of me being on stage than the entire system has. And so it's really important that we act now. And it's going to take all of us to support these young people and these incredible educators. So this is where I would say, Kevin, cue up In the Arms of the Angel song. This is where we look at these cute puppies, aka our students. Go ahead and wave to everyone back there. Where we can say, support us, take action, join the movement. And if we all do this together, I have no doubt that we'll be able to make an incredible impact. So you can get involved by investing and donating. We have very specific goals to bring in $400,000 across individuals and corporations, and we're on our way of getting there, but we need your help. And also just donating to any dollar really goes directly to the programming. So you already know I've done the math. If everyone in this room today donated $30, we could meet the seed funding that will be going to the student teams here today. So your dollars would go directly to them. So it's really that impactful, no matter if it's $1 a month versus anything that you could do more substantial, it will go directly to moving the needle on this important cause. Also, volunteering. So some of the students, their big feedback is that their best takeaway is getting connected to their community. And so through our program, on average, students are leaving with around 4 mentors, which is more than what most college students leave college with. And so that is really supporting them and getting connected to their community. So you guys could be one of those volunteers for us. So if you have an hour to give, we'll take you. We'll match you with one of our educators to get you looped into the classroom. And if you want to do more, we have an in-person boot camp coming up middle of May. So if you want to sign up to be in person to mentor the top 10 teams, you can do that. Go find Aiden, who's at the front desk, and he'll get you looped in there as well. And then last but not least, we are all about spreading the word and having you guys be great ambassadors of the work that we're doing. So posting about us, getting the word out that we're now recruiting for new teachers this next year is incredibly important. So please spread the word and help us make this happen. So QR code, if you guys want to get your phones out, scan that, give today, get involved, and come talk to me, and we can work how we can work together. So thank you all, and I now have the pleasure of introducing our next team from Speedway High School, Tire Cheer.
Hi, I'm Max.
I'm Reese.
And this is Tire Cheer.
So a little bit about our problem is that when race tires, after they're used, there's not much purpose for them. And then they'll just sit in warehouses until like scientists or engineers find ways to do them. And then car and bike tires, they take up 75% of airspace in landfills, which is hurting the environment, and it's not good at all.
So our solution for that is we are gonna take the used tires and recycle them instead of just throwing them into landfills, and we're just gonna basically use them and make functioning pieces of furniture and stuff for your everyday life. And it just offers a cheaper solution to refurbish tires because it's really expensive to do.
And some of our competitors, so How Tech and Tired Online, they are a business that they grind up the tires and lay them in streaks, just like that chair and it doesn't look like a tire at all. And then there's small businesses on Etsy, just like us or How Tech.
So our prototype is we took this stool and we took a bike tire and we cut it out and then we put it around the rim. And then we got our own creative designs that we put on here, and we just have creative designs. And then we have a table that we got go-kart tires from one of our friends, and then we just put designs on the tabletop. And then over here we have an entertainment table where we have an IMS tire that we put in the middle. And then we have shelves around, and then our background, we have a checkered flag in the background.
And our cost analysis. So our bar stools are $60 for one, and then $110 for both. But we've gotten them donated, and we've found them from people that have thrown them out. So we get those for free because we're helping from the environment. So we're making $40 to $60 because if we can't find any, they'd be $20. And then it's the same for the tire, but those are $100, and we would make $60 to $100 profit. And then the entertainment center, $400 because of the tire, and then we have to buy the wood for that, so it costs a little bit more for us, which a profit of $225 to $245. And then our traction, we're about to start selling on Etsy, and we've made a social media. And then we're going to do shops during the Indy 500 and Brickyard 400 for race fans. And then we're going to reach out to local people with garage bars. And then we've made over $140 in 2 sales, but we haven't made the products yet. And then people that have given us feedback are our teacher, Mr. Rand. She helped us with designs. And my uncle, Jeff Bickley, and Dan Beglin, his uncle, who have helped us with designs and made stuff for us. And then Ryan Moore, he's our friend and a race car driver. He has given us tires and ideas. And then Andrew Morin, he's an engineer. He helped
us with our stools and tables.
So we are different than other like businesses that do this too, is because we use the whole tire instead of cutting them up and not even making them look like tires anymore. And we have our own creative designs instead of just like, yeah, just our own creative designs. And then we have a variety of tires, like we use bike tires, normal tires, race tires, and then we refurbish them instead of like using like old ones like that. And then we'd use the $1,000 by getting finishing supplies like paint and brushes so we can make our designs. And then we'd get a saw in case we ever did need to cut the tires. And we would just get more like stools and wood so we can keep making more products. And then we'd get more marketing tools that would help us make a website and advertise for our product.
Well, thank you for taking the time.
I think we're on to something here, fellas. This is really good. Have you considered like desk furniture, like coasters and stuff like that? Just more simpler stuff that the people who don't have a garage or stuff like that could purchase?
We haven't looked into it, but it's a great idea. I mean, thank you.
Congrats, guys. I love this brand story of, being Indiana homegrown and being home of Indy 500. I just think it's really cool. Can you talk more about, how you're thinking about creating a more consistent process for being able to procure the tires and not just having to, rely on someone giving them to you every now and then?
Well, we've kind of like just reached out to people who like have tires, but we do need to reach out to like IMS, but there's not really a good way to get the used race tires because they're so like expensive and held on to.
I think you guys have a great job with tapping into the creative economy, especially in Indiana cultural phenomenon that is, everything that surrounds IMS and racing. So great job in leaning in there. I am wondering, how do you anticipate scaling? And something to keep in mind, this is more of a comment now from the question portion, but there is a difference between a small business and a startup. And so maybe be thinking about how you would approach that subject if you want to take this further.
Okay. Wait, can you repeat that question, please?
How do you intend on scaling manufacturing, distribution, areas that you guys can grow?
Right now we're kind of just like building from a garage, but like we definitely want to hire people, and then with the saws, it would help us like make the wood like cut the wood faster and do all that stuff, but we haven't really thought that far ahead.
It's a start, so keep it up. Good job.
Awesome. Oh, hello. Okay, cool. Hello. My name is Ava Wetrick, and I am the Communications and Marketing Manager here at the STARTedUP Foundation. And I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about how to get connected with us. Something that I hear a lot is that people say, man, you do this pitch competition, and it's from now till June. Is that all you guys do? And I always say, no, we are doing stuff throughout the year all the time. And it is my honor to collect those stories and tell them all throughout the year. We talk about everything our teachers are up to from around the state, what our students are up to, what our alumni are up to, and different opportunities we give schools throughout the year. Therefore, if you guys want to get connected with us, the fastest way to do so is by our email, so info@startedupfoundation.org. My personal favorites are the social media accounts that I run. My two favorite are my LinkedIn and Instagram account. By the way, for the students out there, I've been talking about you guys for months. I have actually made graphics for all the students, so if you want to check out how I represented your team, please do so right now. Maybe give us a follow. And our YouTube channel, we are always posting about what we're doing, and maybe you'll see a recap video of you guys soon in this region. So without further ado, it is my honor to introduce Heat Check from Mackenzie Career Center.
Hello and good morning, everybody. I'm Kai Washington.
I'm Brendan Miller.
And I'm Jaden Douglas. We're from Mackenzie, Center of Innovation Technology, and we are Heat Check.
Quick question. Anyone here ever been cold to the point where your hands were freezing, you couldn't feel them? Think back to this past winter, breaking countless records, missing a week of school. Now imagine having to play in that weather with your livelihood on the line.
Now, about 50% of an NFL season consists of teams playing cold weather cities, with the most notable ones being the playoffs and the Super Bowl. Now, the problem is these cold weather conditions significantly impact football performance. Based on athlete feedback and research, we found that fumble rates increased by around 35% and turnover rates increased by around 50%. This can affect the athlete's confidence, game outcome, and so much more. I mean, this is how high schoolers get recruited, college athletes get drafted, and professionals get paid. These are these athletes' livelihood. Yet despite this, current equipment does little to address the root issue of the loss of hand warmth and blood flow throughout a game.
And that's where we come in. See, in football, over 80% of players wear gloves. So our decision, revamp the glove. We created a heated football glove with heated embedded elements to promote the needed blood flow that the code takes away while still remaining comfortable and a lightweight feel. And yes, before you ask, it is legal because by checking with the rulebook of the IHSAA, NCAA, and NFL, it doesn't provide an unfair competitive advantage. It simply keeps the player's hands warm to focus on the game. And now, we lead to our market opportunity. See, our total available market includes any athlete that just performs in outside conditions. See, we want to expand this to football, baseball, soccer, even something like rock climbing. Then we shift down to service available market, and that includes football players across all over America. And then lastly, we move to our service obtainable market. That would be nearby high schools and intramural football teams. From here, we can start, build traction, and really prove our product.
So here's a quick look of our product overview. To the left, see a mock-up of what we want our final product to look like, and to the right is a manufacturing map. This consists of heating zones, what materials we'll be using, and how exactly to build our product.
So for our cost and revenue, our gloves will cost about $43 to make, and which we will sell these gloves for $80 per unit, which is $37 in profit or a gross profit margin of 46%. So currently in the glove market, performance gloves lack warmth. They trade this for performance. In heating gloves, they lack performance. They trade this for warmth. Heat Check is the first solution to both of these problems, optimized for both athletic performance and heat to negate those cold weather impacts. This is exactly what makes us unique. See, we're not competing with companies like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour. We are creating our own category, performance-enhancing cold weather gear. So for our traction, currently we have over 100 athletes surveyed, 3 coaches surveyed, and from those, we've gathered 90+% of those athletes and coaches report negative impacts from cold weather or cold hands. We received 100% positive feedback, and also our prototype is currently in development. Currently, we're at the point finding the perfect temperature that's comfortable for athletes during play.
And see, really from here, we just wanted to know high feedback that we got. Looking at top recruits in our state, just from this, we really begin to see that cold weather makes athletes go to some things that are unreliable. So heat check wouldn't be a source that is reliable, something athletes will actually use, something that allows athletes to focus on the game, coaches to focus on coaching, and fans to get a better game.
So for our investability, or what we would do with the $1,000, first things first, we'd spend $500 on prototyping and materials, ensuring our athletes are as comfortable as possible with the materials we use, and making sure our current mock-up is perfect for performance and maneuverability. Then we would move on to marketing, doing things like promoting on social media or sponsoring our product on Google, since sponsored products always show up at the top.
Finally, we want to allocate that last $300 into business infrastructure. 150 of this will be going to build an online web store, and the last 150 will be invested into an LLC.
So you may ask, why heat check? Because of our innovation, the first hybrid glove.
Because of our market gap, we're the first glove to bring performance and warmth.
And our scalability, we have multi-sport and real-world expansion.
Thank you. And remember, stay hot with heat check.
Really great presentation, and you guys did a good job in showcasing the product that you are trying to launch. One question I have is the safety, right? So, like, yes, you are trying to choose the materials for comfortability and all that, but how about the safety when it comes to heated gloves, like the mechanism that you are going to use for heating? You need to also follow the safety protocol. So what do you think about that?
So we've already actually looked into this. So we check with the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and they check through the Flammable Fabrics Act to ensure before we start producing that our product is safe to go out into the market.
Excellent presentation, you guys. I love the energy. My question is, why do you think a Nike or Under Armour hasn't done something like this yet?
You see, I think more or less because in these cold weather games, right, they're going to have to buy more Nike gloves, replace them oftenly. And I think that's how they see a source of revenue and income. But also relating to that question, we were asked earlier, what if we are, conflicted with brand deals? Like, how will we be able to compete with them in the way of football gloves? But we don't want to be seen as their competitor, more or less kind of like a way to be able to be collaborators or be able to help them. They give money to us, but, we don't want to go against them.
Thank you.
Thank you for the supplemental materials you gave us earlier as well. One of the things I noticed was the battery wrist pack. Is there a risk that that's going to get in the way with an athlete who is trying to catch a ball or just through the function of their sport?
We would use like clock batteries that similar to the ones that go in like air tags and things like that, and it would be located on the back of the wrist, so that way it's not in the way of athletes, not on the fingertips, not in the palm of the hand to prevent catching, not on the back of the fingers to prevent like the backwards flexion that happens whenever you're catching or doing anything athletic. So it'd be located in the back wrist area. That way it's out of the way.
Great, thank you.
My question is, what would this product be the same thing for, I don't know, like your everyday athlete? Let's say your everyday athlete shoveling your, front yard or something. Like, is there any variation?
Yeah, like I said, in the total available market, we want to express out to multiple sports. We know that with football, we can also go to baseball, soccer, even just real world things like you said, shoveling. But we also can go to something like rock climbing, things that people like to do outdoors to allow them to just really promote the needed blood flow that they need to allow them to be warm, to do the everyday tools.
Is that cost fixed? Oh, sorry, you were going to say something there.
You're good.
Yeah. Is that cost fixed? Like, does it really cost like 30 or so bucks to make this?
Yes, so we actually checked with the manufacturer in Guangzhou, China, and that was the quote that he gave me to actually be able to develop and build these products. But that would be just like per unit. That'd have to be a unit thing. The sample, they want to charge a little bit more. I just wanted to wait until we got to this point to actually start putting even more money in already. So we decided that's why your product isn't the exact thing, or the prototype isn't the exact thing. It's just how it shows how it functions.
Yeah. Well, good job. Really good job.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to introduce to the stage one of the judges and one of our valued partners here making this all possible. From IU Innovates, please welcome Anna Doris.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to be here. This is always so inspiring. I definitely echo a lot of what Matt had said earlier about being able to see high school students just competing at this level is so inspiring. So my name's Anna. I'm the Entrepreneurship Program Manager for IU Innovates on the Indianapolis campus. IU Innovates is an initiative under President Witten to create a hub for entrepreneurs on all campuses across Indiana for all IU campuses. And so it started in Bloomington a couple years ago, like 3 years ago. They have a community of about 300 entrepreneurs there going through incubators, boot camps, workshops. And I was really fortunate to come and be the first full-time employee for IU Indianapolis and launch it here on this campus. So we have a physical space in Hine Hall, which is just across the street. And also, is anyone here thinking IU maybe? Okay, cool, a couple hands. So, you would come through our process, we'd get introduced and kind of learn more about what you're building. We have a community of other student entrepreneurs that you can get plugged into, and then we have more pitch competitions, workshops, things like that. And it was really, under my guidance because I'm an IU Indy alum. I graduated in 2022 with my degree in finance and took my startup full-time shortly after, raising some venture capital dollars and signing my first major partnership with Goodwill. So I really, came back with wanting to build out programming I wish I'd had on this campus. So I would be happy to get you plugged in and talk after. But thank you so much.
All right. Let's keep it rolling here. The next team I'd like to introduce to the stage from Speedway Senior High School, please welcome Kapui.
Da, ka. Could you understand what I was saying? What if you didn't have a way to learn a language in a fun way, but that also fits your learning style? What if you went to a brand new country in a totally new school and all around you you just heard gibberish like I was just speaking? Personally, that would make me feel horrible and not have a clue what to do. Hi, I'm Cadence, and this is Kapui. My main problem was that multilingual learners lack engaging and interactive ways to learn. They get put in front of a screen to learn English, and that's not what parents send to school. They also tend to feel left out in the classroom environment because they simply don't know what their peers are saying. Out of the 83,000 students in Indianapolis schools, approximately all of them get put in as an ELL student. And over 139,000 students in Indianapolis schools English isn't their first language. So I created a hands-on board game that helps non-English speakers learn English in a fun, engaging way. The main component of the game is a spinner wheel, as you can see here, and each section corresponds with a card. We have our question cards, which have vocabulary aspects in them, speaking, reading, and sentence structure, which is the main component of my game. I have activity cards, which is helps students get up and moving while making the game a little more engaging, but also having vocabulary, speaking, reading. And I have my Kapui cards, my personal favorite, which are to make the game a little more fun while also having reading and speaking elements in them. So you might be asking, what are my competitors? Well, Duolingo, Kahoot, and Rosetta Stone are my main competitors, but mine is a little different. It requires little to no teacher preparation. It has multiple levels. It is not screen-based. It has a point system, and it practices speaking, which a lot of teachers say that is the hardest part to teach in their classroom. The innovation of Kapui is that it transforms a traditional classroom learning into engaging gameplay. It provides speaking and communication skills unlike just pencil assignments. The cost to make my game would be around $21 with a selling price of $40, giving me a $19 profit. This means if I were to sell 25 units of my product, I would make around $500. Kapui helps students learn interactively instead of just ordinary studying. It helps learn using questions instead of just memorizing words like flashcards would. It keeps the different type of cards help students speaking, reading, and vocabulary skills. It's easy and simple to learn with Kapui. So my traction so far with Kapui is that I've tested it in 2 different ELL classrooms that both have completely different students and completely different teachers, and I got feedback from both the students and the teachers. I have finished my finalized prototype, as you can see here, that with everything that would come into the box, and I have created an Instagram and Facebook account that with my Instagram having 25 followers and my Facebook account having 125. So investability, if I were to get the $1,000, I would get my business finalized as building games and to get them to sell, so advertising. So $500 for 25 games, $250 to advertise across multiple media services. I would also like to create a platform for the game, which would be a QR code that teachers can scan to make the game a little more easy and go smoothly for the points, and $100 to make a professional website. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope you enjoyed.
Great presentation. Have you been testing this at all in a classroom and, being able to see any results on students increased in comprehension?
Yeah, I've tested it in 2 different ELL classrooms.
You're doing great. You're killing it.
Yeah, I've tested it in 2 different ELL classrooms, both having completely different types of students, and both of the results went well. The classroom with a little more advanced English learners went a little better because they understood the instructions a little better, but both teachers said it went great.
Excellent, congrats.
I loved how you opened up your presentation with an example. That was very, very confident, so props to you for that. Good job.
I used to be a teacher, so thank you for doing this. It's a really important thing. What do you think is most fun about the game?
Well, the game has multiple aspects to it that makes it more fun, like the Kapui cards, which there are less of the Kapui cards, but it does make the game a little more fun. Like an example of one of the cards is like you get to steal 5 points from any other player. This makes the game a little more competitive and make it more fun.
Okay, we're going to roll right into team number 11. So from Walker Career Center, please put your hands together for our next team, Heavy Set Co.
Hello everyone, I'm Alicia Harvell, and this is a slide about my solution to the inconveniences of hairstyling with thicker hair types. Before I click to the next slide, I'd like to ask if anyone has ever had a bad hair day. Raise your hands. Now, keep your hand raised if your bad hair day has lowered your mood for the day or made you think that your day was going to go bad because your hair was bad. Thank you. I know the feeling all too well. Many of you do, and so do the other girls who struggle to find affordable hair care that has the functions they need, and hair care tools that do these functions well. For the girls that travel, do sports, or are just on the go, they have issues with finding hair tools that are small enough to travel, and the issue of having to carry multiple items when they travel. This is an edge brush that I used this morning to do my hair, and it has 3 functions. However, 2 of the functions are the same, and the brush is not efficient at slicking down my hair. For my solution, I have created a 5-in-1 brush that has a spatula to scoop gel out of containers, comb teeth to comb through hair, a parting in to part out hair, and you'll see 2 brushes. Judges, the prototypes I've handed you, prototype 2 and 3, have a firmer brush to show that the brush can slick down thicker hair types. In addition to this innovative brush design, I have created the brush cover. It not only protects the brush side of this tool, but it holds gel for storage for the girls that are on the go. If I were to come to market, I would bring a black owned and operated hair care brand with brush patterns unique to thicker hair types and thoughtful, innovative, never seen before designs for hair care on the go. Unfortunately, I have not contacted a manufacturer, but I have created this pricing strategy using prototype 2 that the judges have. With this prototype, it costed me $7.91 to make using materials that I had at home. With a selling price of $10.99, Heavy Set can expect to have a profit of $3.08 and a profit margin of 28%, allowing consumers to buy an affordable product while we still maintain profitable. Large competitors have advantages that allow them to produce faster, produce more, and engage with more audiences. However, they don't take the time to look at the little details that really matter to the consumers. We do, allowing consumers to have quality, affordability, and functionality that they need. I created 2 surveys, and they showed that real girls have real issues with their hair. They also showed that real people would be willing to buy my product if I were to come to market.
With your help and an investment of $1,000, I would use $300 to find a manufacturer because, as you see, the prototypes that I have designed are not functional. The next steps after finding a prototype would be to start selling. I would expect to start a website to be able to ship out materials while also selling to people in my local community. The future of Heavyset looks like having more than just one tool. I expect to have things such as protection wear, bonnets and scarves, hair brushes, and hair gels. With your help, Heavyset can tend to the heavy inconveniences of all girls. Thank you.
Again, good presentation. My question is on the what you call the market comparison. So you said, like, basically the existing products in the market, how do they differ than what your design? Like, how you make it your design more comfortable, adaptable, and what you need for the market than what exists?
There are tools that exist that are 3 functional and even 4 functional. However, most of them don't do the job effectively. And with my brush, I tend to pay attention to really the small inconveniences that girls have to make it a huge impact on doing their hair. I know for me, the brush isn't as efficient of slicking down my hair, so usually I have to run over it multiple times. And so with my brush, I'm really hoping to eliminate the process and make it simpler.
Tell us about the gel. You mentioned a gel. Is that like incoming, or do you have a concept now?
I haven't really thought about a concept for the gel. I have thought of other ideas such as bonnets, shower caps, hair brushes. With this design, I'm hoping to sell the brush cover that you all saw without the gel because each hair gel works for different hair types.
Yeah, yeah. Good stuff, good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What would be your ideal strategic partners or collaborators to help move this product forward?
So there are other small brands that have not my exact product, but similar, small hair brands. So maybe connecting with them or going out on a whim and connecting with larger celebrities that have hair brands. Beyonce has a hair brand, Cardi B just launched a hair brand, so maybe asking them for help within the market.
Thank you. Nice job.
Great job. Do you feel like, what would be more valuable? Is it really focusing on kind of e-commerce sales or trying to get in retail stores?
For me, I would like to be in local beauty supplies. I know that's where I shop for my hair tools. So I want my brand to become a household item, something that people can go to their local store and buy. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, as we begin to close out today's incredible event, wanted to pause one more time to thank the local champions who made today possible and special. A huge thank goes to our regional host and partners, organizations that believe in innovation, believe in students, and believe in the power of entrepreneurship to transform communities. Please help me thank IU Luddy Indianapolis, our regional host, along with IU Innovates, IU Lab, the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, and Meyer Najim. These partners aren't just providing space or support, they're opening doors. They're showing up for students, for educators, and for a brighter, bolder Indiana. So let's give them all a round of applause for making today possible. And with that, I would like to introduce our final team for today's competition. From Speedway Senior High School, please welcome the Bait House.
Hi, I'm Ari Theodore.
Hi, I'm Gunnar Asbury.
And we're the Bait House. So we're freshmen at Speedway High School, and we're also best friends who have been fishing together for years now. And we noticed that, Okay, so we noticed that 46.2% of people said that chatterbaits not vibrating immediately after being casted is a problem, and that 38.8% of people say traditional chatterbaits struggle to catch fish.
This is actually a problem that we noticed ourselves while we were fishing out at our local creek in ponds and whatnot. And so the chatterbaits, they don't really have blades in the correct spots because they're on like the top where the head would be of a bait fish, while bait fish, what would be vibrating is their tail because that's what they use to swim away with. And almost all chatterbaits have only one blade. After being casted, they don't immediately start vibrating. It usually takes a second, which would pull it out of the strike zone.
Okay, yeah, and this is our competitor's version. And as you can see, there's only one blade, and it's on the top of the head instead of where it should be on the tail. Okay, so this is our proposed solution. A double-bladed chatterbait with one hook and a vibrating blade hanging from that hook with another blade in the normal spot on the head. So you can see in our draw-up from the beginning of the year with the two blades, the hook, the skirt, and the jig, and then that's our first prototype without the skirt so you could see it better. And then this is finally our final product. And this solves a locational problem because the part of a bait fish that's like actually vibrating the most when they're trying to swim away from a predator is the tail, not the head. And it vibrates immediately after being casted, ensuring that you can get those bites.
So our unique value is that our lure has two blades, which you can't buy anywhere else. Like none of our competitors have the double blade system. And we make our own blades by hand. And also the price of ours is about 61% less than the average chatterbait, which can really start to add up, especially when you're losing those lures and stuff.
All right, so these are our costs. Our product costs $1.43 to make, and we'll be selling it for $6.99, giving us a profit margin of $5.56 per unit. And for our traction, we have our own design chatterbait blades. We've tested our prototype in the water, and we have a finished product with 13 sales in just under a week.
So our innovation is that our product is affordable. It's double-bladed and it's versatile for many different types of fishing. It's it's a lot easier to get it and use it where you actually need it. And versus our competitors who are usually pretty expensive, they don't have the double blade and they don't get nearly as many bites.
Okay, so our investability, what we would do with the $1,000 is that we would buy more durable metal for the blades, we would buy molds for the jigs, and we get new materials, and we definitely invest in advertisement so we could get our product out there more, especially on social media and boosting that, and that all costs money, so that's what we would use it for. And yeah, thank you for your time, and these are actually all fish that we've caught on our lures so far.
Yeah.
So.
Nice job, guys. It's fun to see people that best friends, and you're investing in a hobby, something you enjoy. So kudos on really leaning in to make something out of what you already enjoy. I'm wondering, how long does it take to make one of these by hand, and what would scaling look like to meet demand if you find that there's a good market for it?
Okay, so it only takes us about like 15 minutes to make one lure by hand. It's pretty simple and affordable. And for scaling, wait, sorry, what do you mean by scaling?
So scaling is the concept of as you grow, as your demand grows, how are you going to meet that demand, be it through labor or manufacturing or distribution channels that can help you continue to build the business outward?
Okay, thank you. And we're going to switch eventually to machine powered once we make enough money, and also hiring employees to help us. But for now, we're just going to continue by hand, and as demand increases, continue that.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Great job, great job. My question is, so why don't your competitors have fish hooks with double blades on them?
As far as we've seen, like, it's just the more of like a traditional chatterbait. That's how they've like always been made, and so I'm not exactly sure why. It's probably something we should research in, but we have noticed that it does actually help a lot, and so
it sounds like an industry standard that just.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Is it competition legal?
Oh, no, sir, it's not illegal. You can use it in competitions. As far as we know, there's no rules against double-bladed chatterbaits. I think, to answer your question from before, I think the reason why it hasn't been done by anybody yet is because they might be scared that it could hurt their business because it's kind of a crazy idea and it's not sticking to like what usually you would do with a chatterbait, but you know, we don't care, so. Good job.
All right, how about one more round of applause for all these incredible student teams? And a moment of silence for our judges because they're going to need to pick a winner in the next hour. So just some housekeeping here. So judges, Anna over here will make sure you get first dibs on the lunch. So she'll take you back to the deliberation room and you'll await further instructions while you eat your wonderful lunch. Students and teachers that are involved in the participation, like in the event itself, there is going to be lunch for you out in the TV lounge. Everyone else, there's a lot of options on the first floor. We've got a little bit of time. There's some other options within a short driving distance. But we're going to come back in here at 1 o'clock for the awards. So for the next hour, I just encourage you to keep meeting with our emerging innovators that have their booths set up. And we will see you all back here at 1 o'clock. I need all of the student participants and their teachers to come up on stage. You want them on stage, Robert, or in front of the stage? Come on up on stage for photos. So all the student competitors and their teachers come on stage for photos. Again, student competitors and their teachers on stage, please. You don't get to eat until Robert gets his photo. Teachers on stage.
Kevin, while we're waiting, can you take a picture of me, Alicia?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Some people are still kind of filing in, but don't want to keep you waiting too long. And again, if you see people outside, wave them on in. So before we announce, I'd like to have our very nice judges that spent some time deliberating, if they have a few words of wisdom and feedback for not just the student contestants, but for all the students. Judges.
I guess I can start. Well, thank you all for being here and putting in so much time and effort. I mean, you're already doing more than what a lot of people get to do in terms of taking an idea and actually bringing it to life. And I think you should feel really, really proud of yourselves for getting this far already. And I'm super excited to see all of what you do in your future. I think you all have very, very bright futures ahead of you.
Yeah, I echo that. I would say that a lot of you students have no idea what you have in front of you, and what you have in front of you is some really, really good stuff. I think the character building, the discipline that you're building in this stage of life is really, really important. I sure didn't have experience like this, so kudos to you.
As an educator, first I want to kudos all the teachers that have helped and encouraged these kids from the school. So the school system and the teachers that helped, let's give a big applause to them. Thank you so much. As far as the presentations and the teams, I was really, really fascinated by the teamwork they had, the ideas they initiated, and some of the prototypes, like, you know, not even graduate students can build those in a short period of time. So I think you have a great future, and we are here as an educator, myself as a professor. I encourage any team member to approach and reach out if we can be of any help. Thank you so much.
All right. I will say first off, this is my first time being involved with anything like this, and I wasn't sure what to expect, and every single team blew me away. So thank you for just what I really came away with was a maturity of thought to what you put into solutioning these problems that are clearly applicable, and that came across in how passionate some of you were for what you were solving for. So thank you. Keep applying that kind of thought to everything you do. And I know there were quite a few more underclassmen that were participating, so I'm hoping we'll see you back and see more development and maturity there.
My fellow judges put it all really well articulated, so I'll just take some advice. As the father of 2 children under 4, this movie keeps coming up. Just keep swimming. You know, it's one of those things where no matter what you're facing, the only way is through in many respects. And as you face those headwinds and face those tides, keep moving forward. It will pay you well in the long run.
Big hand for our judges. Thank you. Also, another really big thank you for IU Luddy Indianapolis for hosting today's event. It has been nothing short of spectacular, and the catering, everything flawless. So sincerely appreciate them, IU Innovates and IU Lab. Thank you so much for hosting this today. If you're inspired today, and we hope that you were, don't let this end today. Connect with us. We are where we are because people come along and they go, dude, that kid's closer than what she knows. And we get a lot, like I remember state finals 4 years ago. It was our governor that goes, these kids have built advisory boards in high school. For those of us adults know, when people go, well, it's not what you know, it's who you know, they're not wrong. And for you to know people, you have to be doing something. And your teachers know so many people. When people say that, well, it's not what you know, it's who you know, your teachers know a lot of people. So the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So when you're working on something, like I need for you to open up your Rolodex, if that's still a term, your contact page, like keep doing that. And that's how we're growing at the foundation. You want to get involved, I know a niche and I know this industry well. We're always looking for volunteers, mentors, people that will talk to other schools for us, because we're not in every school yet, and we need to be. Also, just a word of warning before I give you, and I go off script. If your team is not selected to be the first place winner, remember you're still eligible to be one of the 3 wild card teams competing in the state finals. And also, before we reveal today's winner, we want you to invite you on the 12th of June to be joining us at the StartedUp Challenge Summit. I'm sorry, the StartedUp Summit on June 12th at Butler Clues Hall. There's the QR code if you want to RSVP. Here's where I go off script, and sometimes I try to not to get emotional, but here goes. If there's one thing that after teaching for this many years I don't do well, is feeling like I let students down. I hate announcing. I'm happy to announce the winner for one team, and I'm crestfallen for 9 others. And yet I want to get this point across, and if you've seen me before, you know it's coming. Winning today does not equate to, we're happy whoever the winning team is. I don't even know yet. But to be in this position at this age, you have won. I think this region probably had a couple of hundred teams, and it came down, we couldn't narrow it down to 10. We had to have 12, and could have been 2. If you wanted to be here for like a whole week, it could have been 200. But so if you're here, and no one likes to hear, you're all winners, because normally yes. If you're here, you are in a selective group, I promise you. So please, other than the fact that we could have some wild cards, I'm promising you, keep going. And as some of our judges were saying, if you're a freshman, oh my gosh, can you imagine how next year? Keep going, keep making changes, keep improving. And then lastly, if you have a teacher because of your hair, because of a teacher, the pain of regret of you not constantly hitting them up for more context and more information, because you'll all of a sudden graduate and go, oh my gosh, my teacher could have handed me up. Those kind of opportunities will leave, and someday you'll not be high school students. Right now, a lot of people will say yes to you because they believe in the future, and you're changing hearts and minds. But as soon as you leave, some other opportunities might leave with you. So we at the StartedUp Foundation, we love this competition, but this is not a one and done. You need something from us. I sincerely, my favorite part of being a teacher on the last day of school, and some people remember me from teaching, my last day is like, my favorite part of being your teacher is no longer being your teacher. I hope to know you for the next 20 years, which now puts me at 73, dear God. But sincerely, StartedUp Foundation, I don't care if you won today, and people that are here supporting them, if we're of value and you need something from us, that's literally why we exist. I'm happy if you get good grades, but I'm happier if you're happier. And lastly, I got stopped by 3 teachers on the way out that have seen the growth. They said, all the teams this year didn't have a business idea. They started with a problem. If you have that mindset, you are the most employable person in the world if you don't want to be an entrepreneur. And leadership and being able to see a problem as an opportunity is the future. I had to get that out. That being said, I'm going to look up and see who won today. Okay. Wow. All right. This is awesome. So, okay, no more suspense. Therefore, the first place winner of the 2026 Region 3 Finals is Luna Bandages. This will be all fingerprinting by the time we're done with it, but I think he's got a picture for you. Taking a picture? Hey, step over that way a little bit more. Come on. Not in the spotlight. There you go. Look at me, smile. 3, 2, 1. Stay there. 3, 2, 1. Great job, guys. Words of wisdom?
I just want to give a huge thanks first to my parents and family who are here supporting me. Supported me through everything I've done and given me the ability to be up here on the stage. And I also want to give a shout out to my teacher, Mr. Barron. He's been huge in this process and given us so much insight and helped us so much along this way. So thank you.
Yeah, I definitely preach that, what Luke said. Thanks to my parents, my family, and him as well. I know we obviously went through a lot of process to get to where we are right now, but and also thank you to Mr. Barron. But yeah, overall, just good job.
Thank you again for coming out. We'll be sticking around if you have an idea, if you have questions. Also, we have feedback sheets.
Back there, students.
From the judges that are back there.
See Mariah, she has
If you're a team
forms.
and you want to know more, if you're a parent, you want to know more, if you're a teacher, you want to know more, we're going to stick around. Other than that, thank you for spending your afternoon and morning with us. We'll see you in June at Butler.